Right, hello everybody. Mic check, 1, 2, everything seems to be in the green. Yep, we're all up to date. Fantastic. Right, cool. Hello everybody, I'm Dread Mechanic. I am back for more of this Masters of Motion building fun, or building nonsense, depending on what way you want to look at it. What are we? We're like 6 streams into this now, so I'm not going through those rules again. You can go and look at the competition post if you want all that information. So, since last time, I haven't done a whole lot since last time because I've been distracted by other things, but I did do a bit of fine-tuning to this claw arm mechanism, turning it on and off and all that kind of stuff. And I also went through every single one of these drones and took out the collision avoidance commands, and that seems to have cleared up pretty much all of the issues they were having docking up at other locations. So I'm pretty certain that the collision avoidance just the range on it is just a little bit too much, and I think it was just detecting the flaw, causing all sorts of problems. Oh yeah, that's a bunch of junk I don't need. Quickly get rid of that. Oh hey Stephen Harding, how are you doing, mate? Right, yes, other than that, oh yeah, I've also set up... Oh, there we go, speak of the devil, I've also set up some of the request relay systems so that these guys can start calling drones back and forth between each other. So I've set up a system for the ice cargo drone. There is a vent controller on the gas plant that when the gas tanks get, I think I've got it set below 50% at the moment, it will trigger a timer that sends the ice request signal every 3 minutes actually, because it only takes him like 30 seconds to drop off his stuff. So yeah, every 3 minutes it sends that signal, which calls him over. He launches, as he's just done, comes in, docks up, dumps all his ice, and then heads back here to the base to lock back up again and refill again. There we go, he's now filled up again. And I also put some fail-safes in there, so the cargo drone, his full controller, it is only when his cargo is full that the request relay activates. So this one can ping a signal for the ice request over to this guy all day long, but unless he is full of ice, he is not going to receive that signal and not head over with a cargo container full of nothing. Oh, hey Aya. How you doing, man? Yeah, so he can now call ice over, and there is a failsafe in place where the call signal does nothing if he's got no ice to send. And I've done a similar thing for this guy, the hydrogen tank drone. So the power plant's got a similar setup. When his onboard batteries get below 50%, it sends a signal to request the gas drone. And there is also a second event controller that is looking at the hydrogen tanks that are on this thing, and when they drop below 50 as well, it also sends another signal. So it's got a repeating signal for calling it back and filling it up. Oh, Little Dread is still running around. Thank you, dude. I completely forgot about that. Right, there we go. Get rid of him. Oh, there we go. So it's been 3 minutes. He is requesting more ice. He will then head over there, drop it off into there. These tanks are still filling up, but they take an awful long time. what's that on? 7%. Oh, thank you, Aya. Yeah, it's just the little engineer graphic that Keen put out a while ago, and I just modded it to look like my character. Just a 30-second job in GIMP, to be honest. Quick colour change, and then roughly lining up a skull face on him. So yeah, he then dumps his cargo out, although it looks like... Yeah, if that cargo's not going anywhere, that means his... cargo containers are pretty full. Why is that ice not going anywhere? Oh, because they're up there. Ooh, that was the wrong button. Because they only pull to a certain amount, don't they? Right, yes, okay. Alright, well, we might need a sorter in here then to pull the ice out of that drone. Yeah, because it's got room left in the O2H2 generators for more ice. It's just the auto pull only does a certain amount and then stops. You are getting rid of it little by little as the O2H2 generators get through that ice. Yeah, so I need to put a sorter in him then. Oh, there we go. That's the gas drone. He's just been off to deliver some more hydrogen. Completely missed him while I was looking at the ice drone. But yeah, taking the collision avoidance commands out of them all seems to have solved all the issues. They'll just have to try not to smack into each other in midair. Yeah, right, okay, so I need a sorter in here somewhere to pull that ice out. Okay, you know, let's go into spectator mode. Let's have a look at the pipes. What have we got? You are there. You have got that and that. That is piped up to there. That is piped into there. That is piped into there. Where could we sensibly get a sorter into this system? Best place to put a sorter realistically would be on the drone itself. Oh no, because then I wouldn't get any ore into it. No, that wouldn't work. Sorters are one way. That goes to the gas pipe. There's no point putting it there. That's into the oxygen tank. That's essentially, yeah, that's just piping. Where should I put that sorter? Because that is still taking forever. I do also think maybe putting some more O2H2 generators on here anyway. So there's lots of space to be used up still. Yeah, so I think I might... little space. Yeah, I might squeeze some more O2H2 gens in there anyway. And that'll steal the rest of that ice. Are they on this toolbar? No, they're not. O2H2 generator. There we go. Copy that colour. Which way round are they? They are that way round. Yeah, so button. I have been playing too much Windrose, and I'm pressing the wrong buttons. There we go. Mirror mode. Get rid of that. Right, so that's another 2 of them either side. That can actually just be join. Oh, he's buggered off anyway. Right, so he's gone back. Oh, and he's getting called again. Right, okay. He's coming back to drop off even more. Quickly just paste those names onto there. There we go, he's empty, and heads back again. So yeah, getting rid of that collision avoidance seems to have solved all of those problems. I've been in and out of this save file a few times over the course of today, and I haven't had a single problem with them since I took all those commands out. So yeah, it looks like collision avoidance was the problem. Alright, let's have them there. Let's cover them up. Rename that as well. So that's gas access panel will do for now. Paste those names onto there. Don't need to worry about those ones, they are backed into there. I also need to figure out what I'm doing with some of the greebling on the inside of here. Right, so I've done all that tinkering with those drones. I still need to sort out a bunch of the lifts. I'm also thinking of starting to build another mech today. Because these guys are all in. They're all in a pretty good state, to be honest. Still need to figure out what I'm doing with your other arm, because it's maybe a bit redundant having 2 claw arms and also a lot of smegging around just to achieve the exact same thing. So I'm thinking of doing maybe some basic kind of welder arm on, well, yeah, some kind of welder arm on that side. So we can scrap stuff with one arm, process it into bits in his little factory, and then maybe have a welding arm for doing repairs. Ooh, there goes battery drone. You back off to the gas plant. Yes, you are. Yeah, it's that gas plant is now consuming a fair bit of power with all those O2H2 generators running. Yeah, you're up to 8%. What are you like for ice? I'm gonna keep forgetting. The way down is through the refinery. Oh, you've used all that ice now. So yeah, the request relay for him doesn't trip now until that sort of trips when that cargo container gets full. So, if I pop a bunch more ice into you, That should fill him up the rest of the way. Yep, there we go. And then that should have turned on the relay for his request signal, and then at some point in the next 3 minutes or so, should get another signal to go back to the ice mech. Yeah, I want to have a look at starting on another one of these guys today. So where are we up to? Power pack ports. We got 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I went on them backwards for some reason. 5 and 6. So yeah, that'd be 7 and 8. 9, 10, 11 and 12. So I can potentially add 3 more mobile platforms to this whole stupid setup. So one of them is going to be a farm. The other one's going to be defense. I'm debating whether or not to have like a main control base or just have the defense one serve a dual role. But yeah, let's have a look at making another one of these guys. So I'm gonna take this little rough layout that I've remade. Everything's all labelled and numbered correctly, isn't it? Except for the brakes. Do the brakes. Yeah, whatever. So, what kind of design should I go for? In fact, what am I even building? What am I building? In fact, where are we up to with all of this stuff? So you can deposit and do that ice. That's the cargo. That's the other cargo. What's going to be the other cargo port for the farm? So maybe I should do the farm robot next. Rebuild another one of them. In fact, mobile farm. I've got this mech. I've used this for other mech stuff before, so I don't want to use them for this, but I do want this farming unit off the back. If I can cut this out, most of the stuff for the farm would all be contained inside the farm itself. I'm thinking I might just chop that out and then build a new mech to glue it onto. Let's see if we can do this comfortably. I need to go up to there. Get rid of that, get rid of that. You know what, keep the airlock door on the back for a moment. What are they? Those are Alvin. You know what, I don't want them, I just want the greenhouse section. So let's take that out, that out. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Oop. Legs are doing weird stuff. Oh, I think I've cut off some thrusters. So now some mech's doing some weird stuff. Yeah, I cut off some thrusters that it needed. Oh well. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Let's turn off your warp controls. Off. There we go. Right, that'll stop him jiggling around. So I'm just cut out this greenhouse. That will save me a fair bit of screwing around. I didn't want to delete that from there. I think I want to delete it from here instead. Oh well. Let's get you out of there. Yeah, I'm deleting too much. Didn't want to delete that bit. You know what? Start again. Ooh. I know what I want to cut out this time. Farm. Try that again. And we'll start by turning that off. Right, once again. I'm going to cut you out from there. Well, actually, maybe do it this way. Cut our way down. Oh, that section. Oh yeah, because that's where the control thrusters are sitting. Oop. I think that was a drone. Taken off or connected or something. That can come out, that can come out. You can go. They can go. Right, it was this bit here I wanted to chop through, wasn't it? What else needs to come out? That. Get all that out. Oh, there we go. It's just been held together with that. Right. That section can go. That can go. That can go. Oh yeah, that lives into the floor, didn't it? That can go. And we just need to get this out. Right, that can go. Fantastic. Right, get rid of that. Get rid of... Ooh. Get rid of that. What have we got left then? that can go. Bring that over here. Awesome. Right. That is a little farm section. Cool. What is all this in here? Oh, yeah. Right, so we've got the farm itself. There's a door. And I'm probably going to remodel all of that stuff. I'll probably remodel all of that. But I want to use that as the basic kind of shape of the thing. So how wide is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks wide. Oh yeah. Still got a few bits of stuff on the bottom. God, damage is turned off. Doesn't need that. Doesn't need that. That was where a rotor was living. I'm going to leave that hole, so I might end up having to put a rotor back in there. That's the tank for the airlock at the back, isn't it? Yeah, because that's isolated. Right, okay. Bottom of that looks nice and clean. Let's flip you back round the right way. Tidy up all of this. No, that's a container. And that. Oh. Stuff I don't care about. Right, that is just containers. Probably where I deleted the reactors, isn't it? Right, okay, so I want it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wide. How wide are you currently set up? 1... Oh, you're actually set up to 9 wide. And that would be the top deck. Oh, I don't use all the guys. The top deck is just above. Right. 1, 2 above there. So 2 above that. So potentially. You know what? I'll redo all the colours in a minute. So you would be one of them, and then potentially the greenhouse on top. Now, the question is, how and where do I want to mount this? Or do I want to give that a more interesting arrangement of legs? Oh, I need to get like the elevator in first, actually. Yeah, I need to figure out the elevator. How tall are you? You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, and that can be part of the top deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, and the 5th block is part of the top deck, so that could fit in there. You, how wide are we? Yeah, yeah, so that could fit in there. And that would be fine. And we've got you over there. You and you like that. Yeah, okay. Do I want to do a slightly different leg arrangement, perhaps? Because with these guys, those guys offset them a bit. What have we got? That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 block space, because we need 3 blocks either side and the door at the bottom. In between there is 1, 2, 3 blocks, and then those legs, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move one of these sets of legs forward a little bit. Take that out there. I'm going to copy you. I think it wants to be 2 blocks. And get my fat head out of the way. There we go. So that is now 1, 2, 3. A 4 block gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 block gap. Cool. That doesn't need to be there. Right, so I should be able to now copy that elevator, lift, whatever you want to call it, depending on your local dialect. And then I can have you pasted in there, maybe. And then hang the greenhouse off the back. And then maybe we'll have a really forward-mounted cabin on this one. Which way runs the lift? Yeah, we'll go with that. So, then you... Our farm setup. You... What do you look like when I glue you into the back of here? Oop. Where are we? Where's the middle? It's the middle, isn't it? I glue you onto there. You hang out quite a bit, but could always shift the legs further back if needs be. Then again, I'm gonna end up needing to redo some of this conveyoring anyway, so what I could possibly do is just redo it. Cover up the back end here and then just decorate that with a bunch of the new structural blocks to make it look like it's being supported by them. Yeah, all all of this needs redoing. What I really wanted. Just have this set up. Ah, crap, it's the old robots. The old ones without the robot faces on them. Yeah, I can change them. I can change the drones over eventually, that's not hard. Or I could even just update them. Yeah, because these ones haven't got the robot, the camera, the moving camera faces on the front. That can go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave those signs there because they're actually relatively important. Let's clean up some of this other stuff. That, and that, and that aren't going to need to be there. I'll leave the rest of it for now, though. Yeah, so we could do something like that. But before I go too far with all the greebling and stuff, I want to sort out the colour scheme. I've not put it on here, have I? Colour picker, colour replacer rather. Fantastic little mod that I like using. Comes in handy for changing things over. Right, so which colour was the one I want to change? Bit hard to tell. That grey there, that's not what I want. Probably the one that's 600 blocks worth. What's that? Ah, yeah, there you go. Right, so farm bot. You know what? Let's try and give it a tinge of green. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of other blocks in there that need colour changes though. What is that? What is that? "18 blocks. What colour are you?" Yellow. Oh, yeah. Ignore the battery packs. Don't have to worry about that one. 737373. What are you? You're that colour. You know what, I'll just do the rest of it by hand. I think I got all the colour on the legs, so that was the important bit, getting all of them. Yeah, they all look like they're the right shade, cool. And the rest of it is just, oh, recolouring this, but you know what, mirror mode would help. Thank you. That elevator as well. You know what? I'll actually be easier in spectator mode, because I've got the infinite torch in spectator mode. And those blocks can all come out anyway. And get replaced. Right, be careful, because the Windows buttons that are embedded in your muscle memory are quite detrimental in Space Engineers. I don't want to press the wrong thing. Right, that can all come out. And get painted that colour. That's that colour. That's that colour. And we've just got all this under here. What else? Oh yeah. And that. That looks like most of it. Oh, one block's missing there. That can stay like that. And that is probably going to get reworked. Elevator can live there. Oh yeah, that pipe is entirely redundant at the moment. So unless we need to put that back in again, you know what, I'm just going to fill it in with regular old blocks for the moment. Cool, that can go. Oh yeah, and then all of this up here, that would want to be the same colour as that. Because I like having sort of consistent colour schemes if I can. Let's try and get in there, there we go. Repaint them, repaint that. The beam can stay that colour for the moment, I think. Oh, going mad repainting stuff if I'm not careful. Oh, actually, that's going to be a different colour as well. Yeah, that'll do for the moment. Right, what shall we do with the rest of the shape of this thing then? So those are the basic things that need in there. I need that elevator for access, and I need the farm for its functional bit. Now, what should I do with the cockpit and the overall general shape of this thing? That's the next question. yeah, I'm gonna need to think about docking bay as well, aren't I? Because this needs to receive ice from gas plant mech for the irrigation system, which was buried in the bowels of the other mech, so I need to build an irrigation system on here. Yeah, because annoyingly, we kind of have a third container gas, sort of, with water, but we've got no way to actually store or transfer the water. And it can only be created by the irrigation systems. So I have to transport ice rather than any kind of gas or liquid. It would be nice if we got some kind of rudimentary water tanks to go with those irrigation systems. Right. You know what, let's just build shapes, see what happens. So that needs to come out to there anyway. That's going to come out to there. Oh yeah, we've got this big hole here now, haven't we? Because where I did stuff, can I use that to my advantage? Might be able to greeble something interesting in there. I'm going to leave that hole for now. Oh god, this conveyor system, half of this is all redundant now, isn't it? Bum ba bum bum bum. You know what? Good old build vision. Tell me what I'm looking at. Alright, just in case I delete the wrong thing. Pretty sure they're both redundant. They're not leading to anything. That doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. That is feeding into the farm. That connects up through there. So all those farms are connected up. They all eventually meet. Is it a food processor I put here, or is it a cargo? It's a cargo container, right? Okay. And that feeds out the back of there. And up there, right, so... yeah, this is also redundant. As is that. What's this doing here? Oh yeah, that's feeding into there, isn't it? What's the other side of that? Oh, yeah, the conveyor sorter. That would make sense. Really wish we had a three-way corner conveyor piece. Something that could do that, that, and that. And not have the other three on it. Right, we're going to have to change that to a conveyor converter then, aren't we? Conveyor junction. Yeah. Right, so let's close that loop. They are all connected. That's connected, that's connected. They're all connected, they all... yeah. Right, cool. No redundant nonsense dangling off it. That's the drones. That's the oxygen tank that I'm still debating. Yeah, okay, that will do for that. Let's fill that gap back in. Let's get rid of that. That. I'm going to change the regular blocks for now because I've not decided quite what I'm doing with this one yet. Oh yeah, there's air vents in there. They don't need to be air vents. They're almost certainly not going to be pressurizing anything. That one does need to be an air vent, so that's pressurising the greenhouse. Ooh, actually, before I do anything daft, what's that attached to? Ah, it's attached to a farm, that's fine. Yeah, so you should be safe to take out of there. We'll just pop the conveyor junction in there instead. I don't think we're going to need. Let's have an air vent all the way back there. Let's fill that back in, just to make it easier to look at. Right, what can we do? That back end. Overhangs a fair bit. That is going to be a fair chunk away. That's going to offset his centre of balance, so I kind of need to make the front end stick out a fair bit. And so I also need to get those drones in there as well. So how far is that sticking back past the back leg? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I was thinking with this one, I might put the control station further up if possible. And that's going to be that length. So we did a rough shape at the front. Like that, perhaps. Maybe you could even have this one really boxy at the front. Because all the others have got quite nice round curves. Maybe, oh. Yeah, I might make one that's a bit more boxy at the front. How are all these drones getting on? All getting on fine. How is the battery system in here getting on? Oop, need to eat some food. Ah, cool. Right, these were all flashing red earlier. Ooh, 99%. That's getting down to 30%. That's still on. I thought yeah. I'll put in a failsafe for that. Should have turned that stuff off. But apparently not. Yeah, because they're fully recharged now. Oh, no, I didn't, did I? Cool. Need to put in another event controller. You know what, I might stick another large grid one up here. I rarely use the large grid event controller, so I thought I might as well. I'll stick a couple in this build. Seriously? Ugh. Pockets full of junk that I don't need. Ditch the junk, I'll have to go outside. Don't need. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the character settings. What am I looking for? Event controller, that's what I'm looking for. Mirror mode off so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll pop another one of them in there. What are we going to call it? Power. Roller. Call it power. Full. The other one's power low. Yeah, it is. Power full. Right. Stored. Power. Power batteries. All of you. When you get above 99%, you are going to turn those hydrogen engines back off again. Yeah, you'll turn them back off again. What's the low one doing? Hydrogen tanks on. Oh yeah, that turns the tanks on. Turns them. Oh, you know, the offside's not working. That's awesome. I'm gonna remove them anyway. Why do we need to turn the tanks on actually? I'll have it in there as a failsafe anyway. Right, so when it's low, it turns, when it goes below 25, it turns the engines on, turns the tanks on, and sends the request signal. When it is full, it turns the engines back off again. Stick that to 100. There we go. That has turned them off. Cool. Right. Those engines are now off. Wonderful. So those tanks are sitting there doing that. Yeah, that's fine then, isn't it? you're... Oh yeah, I didn't set up a timer the same way I did on the ice mech. Right, so how full are those engines then? Yeah, left engine is full, because it was pulling directly from the tanks. Now the engine's off, they're not pulling, which means the tanks are not emptying. They are sat at 30%. And they only call... Ooh. Oh, pardon me, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Right, sorry about that. One of the people I live with managed to lock themselves out of the house. Right, so, what was I doing? You are... you pull when the batteries get below there. You are no longer pulling because you're not going to fill up any more than that. I probably should put the timer in there the same way, but I'm going to leave that as it is for now because I want to carry on playing with the other mech. At least those engines are off now and should only turn back on when it actually needs the power again. Right, so back to tinkering with this guy. Oops. Upload spike. Yes, we can have big, long front end on him, potentially. Oh yeah, now, what am I doing? Oh, that's a point, yeah, down here. That would be greebling. So, ooh, yeah, what can we do with that bit? Change that back into that just to make that a little bit easier. And that would have another row across the front. Another couple of blocks in there. Can we achieve that kind of shape? What blocks have we got? Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so I did something like that. We might start to go a bit off the rails here, actually. Yeah. I got rid of that, and that. We'd be looking at that. Something like that, perhaps. Ooh, yeah, that might work, actually. Bring that across. Bring that across. Wrong way. Would it be that? Or is that? No, that's the wrong angle. That would start looking weird. Maybe it does need to continue with that shape. No, because that's off by a block. Right, so maybe if I put that little one there, that one, oop, too far back, that one, okay, this looks like a workable shape. Wait past it. Yeah. Not a lot I can do about that, really. Nah, you know what, that's fine. I'll live with that. Yeah, okay, so bring that across, bring that across. Let's do a little bit more shape. Maybe. Yeah, so we get another row of that in there. And then we could have 3 of that wide across there. That, 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 and that. Yeah, that'll do for now. Yeah, what's this shape here then? That is you. And that is just that. Cool, right. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That'll do, mate. Now, the question of the bridge. Do I... Well, bridge and docking bay for the drones. Do I put the bridge up at the front and the drones in the middle? Or would it be more sensible to have the bridge and the living space connect directly onto the farm and have the drones further up, I think? Yeah, it's probably more sensible doing it that way, because then the control station is kind of in the middle. And it'd be easier access into the farm, because otherwise I would have to, basically, the crew would have to run across the deck of the bridge to get from, or the deck of the ship to get from command space and living area up to the actual bit they're supposed to be messing around with. So yeah, I think I will actually just stick it in the middle here. Yeah, because in fact, I've got the gas one with it mounted all the way forwards. Or most of the way forwards. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way, actually. Bum, 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 bum. Right, I need to figure out what I'm doing with this, then. So, that can be a way in to the farm. This will get greebled and covered up eventually. You know what, actually? Realistically, don't need either of them. And we could actually make this. Let's get rid of that. Take that out. Ah, damn it. Stuff in there. Oh, random goodies that I put in there for anyone that downloaded that blueprint. Because yeah, that could actually be the separating wall, maybe. And then we've got that connection point to contend with. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That might end up being a different connection point. Get rid of that. Take them out, and I'm going to swap them for just the single panel version. Where's that? There we go. I can do that. That. And that will go. There we go, that's better. That can definitely get cut out. We are going to swap that for... I'll just change it to that for the minute, because I know I'm going to have to swap it to something else eventually. Oop. Me knocking my microphone stand. Right, and then we can have this as the control seat area. What I've done with the other ones, size-wise. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So most of them are about 3 blocks by 3 blocks on the inside, aren't they? Some of them are slightly different. But pretty much all 3 blocks wide on the inside. Cool, I'll do something like that then. Oh, and we can also, hopefully, cover that with something. Oh, we are going to have to make it drastically different way of getting down into the mech, aren't we? Because the lift is directly underneath there. And so are the... So is the control for that. Oh, smag. Yeah, I'll have to come up with a different way of getting down into the bowels of this ship. And this might cause a few issues though. Right, so that is going to be 3, 4, 5. So I don't want that to come out any further than that. Of course, that rotor sits right in the middle underneath. Although, to be honest, I could actually just move that. That doesn't need to be there. That can be moved. What am I stuck on? Oh, that railing. That can be moved out with body power. Yeah, I could move that easily enough. Outcast01 is raiding with a party of 10. Oh! Hello, Outcast01. How are you doing? I actually have no idea what raiding means on Twitch, but it's interesting to get the alert either way. I don't understand half the stuff on Twitch. Oh right, I see. Oh, I see. Accept. There we go. I just need to wait for my laptop to figure out what it's doing. Eventually it might catch up. Ah, hello Outcast, there we go. I've got your message now, means all the people that are watching me are watching you. Oh, cool. Nice. Right, well I hope that's worked. Oh yeah, there we go. And I've got 11 viewers apparently on Twitch. Thank you very much, Outcast. Right, so I just need to move this rotor realistically. In fact, what's directly underneath it? Directly underneath it, oh, is the part of the lift. So we are going to have to build a way down around that. Bum. Surgery time. What can I do with you? Of course, that's not got a connection point. Why would it? What is one-sided? Oh, I know what I could use. Just need a little. Not that one. I need a little something. Is the farm mech going to have a big mess hall canteen? I'm debating about that, Stephen. Possibly. Because I'm debating having whether or not to have the farm itself have drones that delivers food parcels over to whatever the main mech might be. Still, like I said, still debating. It's definitely going to have food processing on it, because it's the farm. I might give it a bit of a fancier kitchen, possibly. In fact, I might. The kitchen in these crew quarters is going to have a food processor in it. But yeah, I might make this one deliver finished food to the main command mech, possibly. When I get round to figuring that one out. Right, where's that little badger? Oh, in fact, Right, that is the front of that. That makes that easier for me to see. If I cut that rotor out, is it going to cause any problems? Theoretically, no. Boing. Give that a gap. Let's pop it in there instead. Right, will you be nice and let me paste you in there? Oop. Oop, that's a bit much. Let's get you out of my face. No, you won't. Why not? What's in the way? It's the rotor itself. You know what? I'll just rebuild you and just copy the names. Yeah, because it'd be that subgrid messing with it. Right, let's just build another gyro rotor instead. What colour are we using for mechanics on you? That colour. Right, you can go under there. Copy all of that. Paste that onto there. Oop. Where are we? Got here. You know what? This would probably just be easier. Spectator mode. I've got the god torch. Right, gyroscope. Where are my gyroscopes? Have I put gyroscopes on this toolbar? Yes, I have. Right, you're facing that way. Means you get to be that. You get to be that colour. Oh, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I need to repaint eventually. Copy those settings. That can go on there. Right, so we've got the two turn gyros and their respective rotors, so that shouldn't interfere too much. Cool, right, what are we doing with this? Right, that's the lift piston. That needs covering, but we also want to get the door in there anyway. So, where's my doors? There they are. So we'll stick with the theme we've been going with, and we'll have that one. So then I can put the passage, the round passage light outside it. Yeah, that's the one. What did we do with the others? It was those funky kind of corner blocks, wasn't it? Yeah, right. We'll stick with the same kind of aesthetic that we've got with the other ships. So we buried them, I think. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, something along the lines of that. Oh, that there. That there. And then in the gap. Did I put beds on here? No. Right, so all the others have pretty much got a 4 crew berth set up, so we'll do a similar thing with this guy. Yeah, so we're going to have 4 beds. We had a survival kit, didn't we? The other side is usually an air vent, but on this one... Oh, crap. I might just put an access panel over that to cover that up. Or maybe put something in front of it. Yeah, right, so survival kit. Have I got you on here? Nope. There's not enough space anymore. Alright, so we're gonna have posh new survival kit there. Then I think I'm gonna stick, because this is the farm mech, I think we'll have a food processor in here. Unless we swap that storage container, actually. No, I'm still going to need storage to keep food and things. I'm going to leave that. Yeah, so we have a food processor, and we could have... Oh shit, smagged the doors there, isn't it? Maybe I will just make this crew cabin wider, I think. It's the simple answer to that. Take that out, take that out, take that out, take that out. Yeah, I'm just going to make that wider. One, two, three. Yeah, I'm gonna have the door back there again. Where's my door gone? There it is. That door back where it was. We've got that gap to play with, and we've got that gap to play with. Which means you are going to get swapped back over to that. I'm going to put something different in front of that. Ooh, actually, that's an idea. Where are the spaces? Oh, I've already got them on the toolbar. Fantastic. Grab that colour. It's a bit different. Oop. Oh, you know what's not noticeably different enough. I'm going to grab that colour instead. We could have that and that because they've got a lovely plate on the back. That's like the one section of it that's airtight, supposedly. Just do something like that, and then we've got this space to play with. So, what are we going to do? We're going to take too many blocks out. Oh yeah, so that side can now be survival kit. That side can be food processor. Where have the beds gone? Ah, right next to them. Bed, 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 and bed. That gives me a bit of space to decorate there. I can cover that with a panel for now. So that hides it, but it also means you can flip it open and get access to food goodies on the inside of it if you want it. Oh, hello Akane, how are you doing? How is it progressing? It's progressing quite well. I need to get rid of that actually. I've just made a start on what is eventually going to be the farm mech. I've cut and pasted one of my previous farm builds. Oop, everything's dead obviously because there's no water or pressure. Actually, lack of water is probably the main issue, but yeah, I've cut and pasted one of my automated farms on there. I'm eventually going to maybe swap these out for a slightly more recent model of farming drone that I've got. But yeah, he's got the farm, he's got the lift inside him so we can get in and out without a jetpack, and I'm just trying to figure out the general shape of him now. And just setting up the crew quarters and then the command deck for him. But the other guys are doing alright. I've got that arm pretty much set up to turn on and off. Still debating what to do with the other one. And I've also set up a request system for some of these mechs now. So they can ask for things when they need it. Particularly the power station, the power plant mech can now request hydrogen tanks to refill and recharge the batteries on it, because over the last few streams those battery drones have just been coming and going, and the solar panels do not recharge as fast as all these little guys steal power. So I had to set up a little backup system. Well, that works quite well. And the hydrogen tank drone is now just sitting here chilling with some full tanks just waiting to be called. It's a point. How are these tanks getting on? They are only 12%. Oh, I know what's happened. You've run out of ice again. That's the one. Yeah. So, I've also set up a request system for the gas mech that you can just about see out through the porthole. There's also some fail-safes in place for the request system, so if the gas drone or this ice cargo drone haven't got a full pack, they cannot be requested, just to prevent them leaving with nothing. And I'm guessing you have run out of ice again, so if I pump some more ice into there, he will then start to fill up, that will turn off, and there should be a timer over on gas tank if I had any damn power. Let's jump in a seat for a second. If I go over to the gas plant mech, there should now be a timer ticking over every 3 minutes, sending a request signal, because it only takes about 45 seconds, something like that, for the cargo drone to drop off the ice. And so in about 30 seconds he should send another signal and request more ice. So yeah, 15 seconds, that should tick over. Now that this drone down here in this mech is full, that then turns on the request receiver relay on the refinery mech. There we go, he has now requested more ice, because the relay on the refinery mech that triggers this has actually been turned on now, because he is full. There we go, off he goes. And he will go and deliver a bunch of ice. After a bit of testing, I decided that about half of one of these modular containers is about all these thrusters can take. It's still a little bit heavy for him. He overshoots slightly, but not too badly. And he will come in, and he will land, and then he will dump his cargo. Or rather, it'll get pulled by the O2H2 generators. There we go, and when it's empty, he launches again, heads back to base, and that gas plant timer is still ticking over. So yeah, it takes him just over a minute, about a minute and a half to do that full sequence. It takes him like 20 seconds to refill. And then if the gas plant still needs more ice after that, he will just send in the request signal. And when that tank eventually does get full, it should turn off the timer that is sending that request signal every 3 minutes. And yeah, that's pretty much where I'm up to with all the programming stuff. Oh yeah, I also took out all the collision avoidance commands out of all of the drones, and they all seem to fly properly now, without any issues. Ooh, you're literally about to launch in a minute or two. You're at 0.3. Factory. I turn them on, they'll drain more power more quickly. That should help speed that along a little bit. Yeah, in a minute or two, he'll launch, he'll go and grab more power. Do his thing. Right, so... you know, now... trying to work this out. Oh, you know what? I don't need to be spectating the drone. That'll just get messy when it launches again. Oh, what's that, Akane? You keep getting Cyber Nation vibes from Supreme Commander. I'm not familiar with Supreme Commander. Oh, Outcast. Sorry, I didn't see your message there. Need some major cinematic of these in March across the planet. Well, there will be a video of these. That is part of the Masters of Motion competition, is to build a mechanized thing and then make a video showing it off. I think they said they want them to be about 3 minutes long at most. So I will, yeah, there'll definitely be a video. And then I might make, well, I probably will make a separate, longer cinematic, because 3 minutes is a tight fit for a lot of the stuff. Oh, there we go. There goes a drone. What are you doing? You're doing... oh, yeah, you're doing more ice. Oh, and there goes battery drone. Yeah, now I've taken the collision avoidance out of them. They all seem to work fine now. So it was just that collision avoidance mess with everything, but... again, the only problem with that is they have no way of not smacking into each other in midair should their paths cross. But, yeah, there we go. He's now docked up, charging, and doing his thing. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that on for now, whatever. Right, so, what are we looking at here? Yeah, I'm going to give myself a bit more space to play with, I think. That is going to have to get redirected. In fact, we need to work out how we're going to pipe them into stuff. So we need to get conveyor connection over there. That can possibly be the conveyor line up to the bridge. You know what, let's just carry on doing a bit more greebling in here. It'll give me a better idea of what space I've got to work with. Oh yeah, I'm over at this mech, aren't I? There we go. Let's put my physical body on this side. So, what spaces have we got to play with here? Because yeah, I want to put a bathroom and shower in here like I have done on all of the others. I might put... What have we got? Yeah, okay, so I might put the... Where are they? Is that the ones? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I might have the 2 kitchen blocks there, and then the food processor here. And some poor bugger gets to sleep in the middle of all the... Well, in the middle of the kitchen area, basically. Not sure what I'm going to do with that space. Over here... we could potentially do what I've done with the, other setups. Where are my bathrooms? Are they not on here? Oh, it's a new save file, isn't it? I'll just stick it in there. Yeah, so we're gonna have bathroom, well, shower and bathroom there. Have the door covering it there. Oop. Load spike again. Yeah, have that like that. I'm not sure what to do with that gap though. Who's putting that gap? Ooh, actually, that's an idea. Yeah, because we need some kind of locker. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yeah, I have to have that door the other way around then. I hate exposed conveyor ports so much. Yeah, I might do one of them either side like that. Though as much as it's going to annoy me, I'm not going to be able to have all of the doors symmetrical. That might be the door into that one. That was a door into that one. That door is absolutely getting swapped for the funky new glass door. Absolutely. Because this is pretty much my favourite door at the moment. Ooh. Well, that can get changed as well. Yeah, that's not too bad of a setup actually, I don't mind that. Then we just need a way to get down. Lower deck. It isn't in the way of stuff, and isn't a complete nuisance. How should I do this? Oh, what's that, Outcast? Yeah, 3 minutes is really short. Makes me rethink what I want to do. Yeah, I think, like I said, the official, like, page for the rules of the competition is in the link. The link is in the description of this stream. But I think it said, like, anywhere from 30 seconds to 3 minutes or something like that. So I'm probably going to make use of the full 3 minutes if I can. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to, because I've typically gone a bit over the top with this setup. That's all exposed there. Let's do something different with this floor. Let's do... because I want to cover that piston up a little bit, and we need somewhere to actually walk around in here. That looks kind of cool from there. So if I did that, then put... we could have more of the scaff ladders in the middle. That could come down a block. In fact, we don't need to have that, do we? Could just have that transition into... yeah, just one of them. So we've got somewhere to climb up, somewhere to get down to. I can fence off on that side. Bring that across. Oop, that was the wrong button. Playing too much damn Windrose. Keep trying to press the right mouse button to open the menu. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't want that to attach there. I'd want that to be down here, so I'd want that to be a different block. What block do I want that to be? Maybe I can just do that and have the barrier on the outside. Let's flip it over so the cross bracing actually matches. What other up? Playing too much pirate game. I keep pressing the wrong button. Oh, right. That can get filled in. We don't need a rotor there anymore. Where's my scaff bits gone? There they are. What have I got? That's got that extra cross brace right through the middle. That's annoying. Corner one doesn't look as good. Oh yeah, that would never work. It might just have to be that one. We'll go with that for now. It'll be fine. And we could stick ladder section there. And we've got way up and way down. Cool, right, that'll do that. And this gap here, Oh yeah, I've used the wrong colour as well. Need to... It's going to be that one. Oh, smack. Ooh, wrong button. Right, so that's like that. If I stick in the same pattern, then I've got all of this room to build on. I've got that little grill, because I'm not really bothered with air tightness between the lower cabin and the upper cabin. But as long as I can pressurise the whole thing, I'll be happy. I've not had much problem with that, so I'm not too worried about it. And then yeah, we've got all of this space. What have we got? We can't build there or there because I've covered stuff up. Got that space. This space. Ah, we've got those 4 blocks there. I know exactly what I'm doing with that. We are going to have a little dining area here. That's what we're going to do with that. Perfect spot, right in the middle of all the cooking stuff. So yeah, our little dining area there. And then those other things. We can work something out for that. Oh, in fact, for that I might put the double railing across there, just so it's a little bit more health and safety. You can walk through if you want, but you're not accidentally going to back down a hole, hopefully. Oh, it's nearly time for my cup of tea. The one I've got's horribly cold. Oh, load spike again. Right, so that is most of crew area. Then we need commander area above this. Let's have a quick nosy at some of the other mechs and have a look at what I've done. Oh, I need to try and squeeze an air vent in there as well. Yeah, I might do something similar to that one, I think. Not really laid it out with enough room for stairs, I don't think. Yeah, I'll just put the ladder into the roof of this one, I think. Right, let's just slap some blocks in. Figure the rest out later. Actually. Oh, I could cover that up. That wouldn't be too bad. So yeah, I could take that out, and then I could make you the air vent for in here. It should still just about work, even if you're slightly covered up. Yeah, you can be the air vent for there, and we will... Ooh, in fact, I might stick a tank on the back of... Yeah, I'm going to stick the tank for it on the back of the food processor. That colour. Yeah. I'll have a tank for that there. Right, we need to get up into this roof. What am I going to do with it? All made of half blocks. And maybe have another ladder leading up there. I'll grab that. Should I use another scaff ladder? Or should I use the tunnel ladder? There's just not enough space for everything these days. I think I'll go with the scaff ladder, to be honest. There isn't one that hasn't got a stupid bar through the middle. I don't want to block off the way through. I don't want that connection point coming down, but oh well. I wish that didn't have that cross brace through the centre. I know realistically it should do to make it more structurally sound. And that truss blocks like that generally do have a cross brace through the centre, but that looks quite cool like that without that in the way. No. No. Nah. I'll just go back to the railing for now. Anyway, right, that is going to be access to up here in some fashion. That's got stairs. Have I got one that has a ladder up? Have I done stairs on all of them? You've got a ladder up. What did I do with you? Corner block, door. That was the most compact way I could figure of doing it, wasn't it? Yes. Done. Oop. Alright. Let's move that other ladder. You know what, if I flip it around, I'll climb up that, I'll climb down that, don't immediately fall down the hole. Ooh, actually, we could just offset it a block. Put it back there instead and have something else in the middle. Oh, I know what I'll have in the middle. I'll have one of the half truffle lights, because that can be the lighting in here. Or at least some of it, anyway. Yeah, you've got a similar setup. Let's copy those details. So we'll extend that a little bit. There we go. That's better. Audio has broken again. Yeah, there's a space in there as well, isn't there? Perfect. Have a sign for the farm right there. Wonderful. Yeah, that'll do. Right, and we can climb up here. Oh, actually, yeah, let's turn that ladder sideways. Otherwise, I'm going to need that to come out there instead. And that will be awkward. So let's chop you out again. Let's have you come up that way. And what did I do? I used those ones. They're the best one for this setup, really. Corner there, corner there. And where's the lab door? Oop. Have a lab door there. Means I can get in and out of there. I can pressurise the control room from the rest of the mech. That needs covering, but we can just greeble that little row with armour. That won't be too bad, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. And then we can extend the front of this out anyway, so that can at the very least come out to there. Get more weird load spikes. Fill that in with more of them for now. What we've got going on in here. Oh yeah, that block there is not doing an awful lot, but yeah, because of the way I've designed it, because we've got an extra thing at the back, I'm not going to be able to get that in there. That inset planter like I've done. Where is it? With all the others. Oh! An Ox Old Hide. Good evening. How is the Master of Motion doing so far? Are we winning? Yeah, we're mostly winning. Like I mentioned a couple of times, I have reprogrammed the drones slightly and taken out all of those collision avoidance commands, and they all seem to be running much nicer. I've put in some recall systems for the drones. You have obviously run out of ice again, and you have run out of ice again too. Pop some more of that in there temporarily. But yeah, I've set up some request relay systems so that the ice mech can request ice from the refinery. We'll just jam that full of ice for now. In fact, I'll just fill up the massive one at the back. Yeah, stick loads of ice in there. That'll do for a minute. So yeah, I've set him up so that now that when he fills up, it activates his request relay. And then the ice mech has got a timer that's ticking over, requesting ice every few minutes when its tanks are low. Oh, and there we go. It has just triggered and sent the signal again. So, he is going to head over there, drop off some ice. And when he is empty, he will fly back again, fill up again, and sit there ready and waiting for the next request signal. Which will, in theory, be every 3 minutes until these tanks get to 50%, I think I might have set it to. I might have just set it to 100, I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, he'll fly in, deposit his load, and then I've set up a gas tank drone to fly back and forth to the power mech. So he's got an event controller in now, watching the batteries. When they drop below, I think, 50%, it calls the gas drone over to deposit some hydrogen to fill up his hydrogen tanks and hydrogen engines. Oh, there he goes. Heading back in to grab more ice. So yeah, that request relay is switched off while he's in transit and doesn't turn back on again until he fills up with cargo. So as soon as that sorter ticks off, there we go, the request beacon is now active again, and whenever it needs to get triggered, it can get triggered. Just because I needed a failsafe to stop the drones getting called when they had nothing in their inventory, because they would get called with nothing, go and deposit nothing, and then wouldn't activate the return signals because they hadn't emptied out a container that didn't have anything in it. Yeah, the drones are all working a lot better now. I'm much, much happier with them. And I'm now in the middle of figuring out the farm robot, but we have, oh, it's 10 past 2 hours actually. So we've just hit the 2 hour mark. I'm going to have a quick bio break and grab a fresh cup of tea. And when I come back, I'm going to continue building this guy. I need to work out where his control well, I need to sort out his control station so I can get his walk computer set up. I want to get the farm walking by the end of the stream. So yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes and we will carry on building stuff. I'll leave you with a view of these drones, see if they actually do stuff along the way. But yeah, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, I am back again. I'm gonna just turn that music back down. Get rid of the little engineer. Get rid of the back scene sign. Right. Where were we? We were building over here. Where am I? I'm in the bowels of a different ship. Hello, An Ox Old Hide. As I said before, whoever is going to compete against you will have a tough time. You're always impressed with my builds, as the movements and drones setup is next to black magic for you. The drone setups and all that, it's mostly brute force and a lot of trial and error to see what happens and what explodes and what doesn't explode. The drones stuff, the drones have had incremental improvements over the, however long. Since they've been released, they've had little incremental improvements over time. They've gotten slightly better, as time has gone by. So they've been a little bit more useful in some ways. But again, that is mostly just a hell of a lot of trial and error, just trying to see what works and what doesn't. Speaking of what works and what doesn't, where am I? Let's get my stupid fat head back over here. These are just full armor blocks, aren't they? Yes, they are. Right, so, yeah, I've got the remote on here. Bam, bam. Bam. I should take them out on both sides. That, I want to see if I can swap that for some floor blocks, actually. What floor blocks could be put in here? I can just cover up the other side underneath. Let's go for some decals. What decals could we have? We could have them. We could have something like that, perhaps. Yeah, I think we can do something like that. Right, so this bridge section. How much room do I need? That control seat. All the others are 1, 2. Generally 3 blocks, and then the bridge section. Aren't they? Mostly, yeah. Some are slightly different. Yes, they're generally all 1, 2, 3, with some kind of bridge or window at the front, because I need a space for the computer, the warp controls, and then I need another space for the control seat. Cool, okay. So we've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3. Got the overhang here. Yeah, maybe do something like that for this one. Where are the bridge sections? Bridge, bridge, bridge. We might do something similar to that one again, actually. Yeah, I might do another one similar to that. It's already got plenty with the those other bridge sections. So I need a connection point, don't I? Yeah, okay. Then in that case, I can use these lovely little magical things. Hopefully. Think. Windows. Eh. I'll put windows in there. Let's grab these bay windows. Yes, they connect onto that. Fantastic. I'll do the one without the handrail. And what could we do for the rest of it? We'll need a corner piece there anyway. We want to try and get in there with the triangle section. Will using that little piece of the window still be airtight? We will find out. I'm pretty sure... Oh yeah, there's a gap there, isn't there? We'll find out. We'll find out when I pressurise it. And if it's not, I'll just have to do something else. What could I do with you? Like that. Don't like that. Don't like it. You know what? I might just go with that. That's nice and simple for the moment. Right, what have we done? Oh, there goes another drone again, still delivering the ice. Good boy, very well behaved. What should I do with this cockpit? I might just go straight up like that. That doesn't look great. Oh, that's going to be the best option actually for that. Because I need to get another window section in there. Yeah, that'll have to do. Oh yeah, how high do I need the roof to be? Oh, actually, I'll know exactly how high I need the roof to be, because I need to build that set of windows as the reference point for it. So now we've got those in there, I might have to set up another stupid magical connection. Oh yeah, I do actually need the bridge windows on here now. Oop, that's not how you spell bridge. B-R-I-D. There we go. That's the one I want, so I need to get that sitting there. Oh, I've gone straight past them. There we go. Okay, right. Now I can do that. That section across there, I haven't got anything nice for that other than blocks, have I? I've had to use blocks. Yeah, every single time for that, because there's just no nice window section that fits into that gap. Everything is just slightly the wrong shape. Yeah, so that's going to have to be that block. And then that's going to be some kind of row of blocks across the back of that anyway. That can absolutely get tapered into a better shape. I don't want that just being flat all the way across. There we go, that looks better. We will do that, and we will do that. And that looks much nicer. Sort of, although that little ledge, there's not a lot I can do with that really. No, I haven't got the shape to do anything with that. Right, that does that, so I can then grab that colour. I can then build the rotor for the control seat. So let's get out of spectator. That's going to be that. That can come off there. Oh, in fact, that can have a small rotor head. I'll switch back to my physical body. There we go, and an actual astral project back over here again. I need... Where am I? I need those settings. Copy all of that. Paste that onto there. That was going to spin around. And I'm just going to reverse that back again. Oh, you're just going to spin forever, aren't you? Yeah, right, there we go. Right, so from there, we need to cover that up with blocks, and then insert a computer one block up and behind it. Nope, off it goes, there's a little more ice. Yeah, I might copy that little canopy off that one actually. Do something similar to it. I'm gonna have a roof like that. That will come across the back of that. I can do that, that, and that. Have a little nosy in there. Yep. Right, cool. punch a hole through there. That's the gas tank. So we could, in theory, what's that? That is that. That could technically be a T-block. Something like that. Let's copy that colour. I can put that in there. Switch back to that colour. And then we are airtight, apparently. Even though there's a gap there. What's in there? That is nothing there. We could put an extra air vent in there as an extractor. You pull air into the system. That has yet to be connected up to anything. Yeah, I can deal with that later. Brute force and patience. Oh, sorry, Outcast, didn't see your message there. Yeah, brute force and patience for a lot of it. Just trying things over and over again until I figure out where the limits are for how far you can push this stuff. Right, so I've got that in place, which means I can grab this control seat. Let's just walk myself into the... There we are. Pop myself in there. There we go. Wonderful. Right, so that's our control seat. And we've got a nice big view. Wonderful. Which means that needs to come out. Then I need to build another rotor. Yep, it's the right way around. That can go. Add a small rotor head. Weld that up. Then we will pop over to the closest one. You should be alright. Yep, there we go. Copy all of that. FRM, that's what this one's going to be. Mobile farm. To be honest, there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs renaming on that. Right, now that we've got that in place and that in place, where is my warp computer? There you are. You've still got the yellow brick on the front to indicate the front? Yes, you have. Cool, right. What are we looking at? Where's the front? Where's the front? Groovy. Right, where's that plugged back in? Ah, kicking ass as usual, Dread. Ah, thank you very much, Stephen. Oop, load spike. You know what, I'm going to do a little save here, and I'm just going to reload the game, because I was playing around with this before I started the stream, and I'm getting... Alright, random signal. And I'm getting random load spikes and that weird audio bug. So let's just do a little quit back to menu. Full reload. Hopefully that should help with the weird load spiking. What are we on? 2.5 hours. So yeah, I'm probably only going to go till 10 o'clock this evening because it's a Sunday. And I can't really be streaming too late and chatting bollocks too late into the night on a Sunday. There are too many neighbours and too many people on adjoining rooms. But I've still got a good hour and a half. We should be able to get this farm mech walking around by the end of the stream. In fact, should get him walking around in the next 10-15 minutes. Yay, the sound effects are back again. Right. Cockpits. What have we got on here? We need to rename a load of this stuff. We have got all sorts of miscellaneous groups. Oh, the last iteration of that farm was called M Farm as well. That's fine. That shouldn't cause any problems. Right, we do need to just rename a bunch of stuff though, so it doesn't get confusing. Luckily that. And once I have gone through and renamed all this, it shouldn't take too long to get the walk controls all set up. I would need to rebuild the walk lights, don't I, because they don't fit. Mobile farm, flight controller rev. Docking lock, oh yeah, we're going to have to set up more drones as well, won't we? And we'll get to that eventually. Lift hinges, what were we up to? Lift hinges, lift piston, ugh, a whole bunch of stuff that needs reprogramming. Well, it does make it considerably easier using groups to do it all. Just means you have to swap over a bunch of stuff. Where are we? Lift sensor. And gyros. Turn. Motors. Walk. Cycle, walk, cycle, rotor, walk, start, walk, reset. That is all stuff from the old farm build. I need to rename, ignore all of that. MREF, anything that's got that tag left over. Lots of things. I'm just going to quickly go through and get rid of all these old tags, and then we can get the walk controls set up. Rev to control, rev, go forward, cycle, there's quite a few to go. but it's less tedious than watching me rebuild the entire thing from scratch every time. It's far less tedious than having to do that every single time. Where are we up to? Here we are. Lock. Relays. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to work out what signals I need for all the relays. And I also need to make some leg groups, don't I? Yes, I do. I keep forgetting to put the leg groups on the generic frame that I set up. Left. A few more leg rotors. Lift sign, lift button. All lift door stuff. Yeah, there's a few more bits. But not many. So I need to set up leg groups. I need groups for the left and right engines. And the left and right rotors. Right, last few bits. Ooh. Suspension. Turn gyro. Ooh. Right, that's the last few bits of that. Cool. Right, that's all the stuff that I need to rename. I also need to pop another set of lights on here. We also need to copy that colour, make that whole computer accordingly. That needs a light. Oh, hang on, I built that in the wrong bloody place. So I still want to be able to see the emissive. Hang on, just have a look at the other computer. Oh, I've done it. Yes, I've done it. On the other half. That way around. There we go, so I can still see the emissive on the timer behind it. You copy all. Copy. Paste. Right, you get to be M4 warp light on the left. And warp light on the right. Wicked. Right, set the pilot seat up in a little bit. I'll get these warp controls set up first. Right, let's get into spectator view. Oh yeah, I need to cover that up so it's pressurized again. Right, so walk controls. Let's rebuild all of this. First things first, I need groups for these two lights. Everything else would be good to go. So, walk cycle. walk light. On and off. On and off. And then that is getting triggered by these 4 event controllers that are already looking at the walk cycle rotor. Good. And then we need to swap that group out for the new one. We are going to delete all of those old groups after this. Cycle farm. Trigger that. Trigger that. And trigger that. Right, then after that we need to redo these controllers. Yeah, because they don't have their trigger anymore, so I had to rebuild walk lights. There we go. So left goes into that one, right goes into that one, left and right. And this is where I need to make the leg groups. Right, so leg groups, what are we doing? I need front left. Oh, let's grab name there. Front left and mid rear left. I need you to move in unison. Leg rotor L01. And then mid front right and rear right. Need you two to move in unison at the same time. You're going to be L02. I know it's confusing because of the right-handed ones, but it's just the way I work. It will make sense. And then we need front right and mid rear right. That's the one. R01 and then mid front left and rear left. Yeah, cool. Right, the R02. Because basically I could set up all of these leg systems to have all the left hand legs move with one setup and all the right hand legs move with the other setup, off, like, out of step with each other. But if anything went wrong, you would end up having... it probably wouldn't be too different actually. But I prefer to set it up so opposite legs are moving at the same time, so the centre of gravity is always balanced basically. Right, so that's all of them. And then for the leg hinges, I need front left, mid rear left, mid front right and rear right. As no, not that one. Mid front right and rear left. Yeah, that's the one. Leg hinge L01. Then we'll have the opposite group. R01. And we also need some reset groups, so it will be front left, mid front left, rear right and mid rear right. There's leg rotor reset L01. Copy that, and then front right, mid front right, rear left, mid rear left. Oh, hinges, divvy. Still keep that name. I chose the hinges rather than the rotors. Front left, mid front left, rear right, mid rear right. That's the one. Front, mid front, rear, mid rear. There we go. cool. Right, that should be all the bits I need for that, I think, at least for the moment. Oh, I also know what I need to set up. Oh, I've not built the control for it yet, that's fine. I'll redo those lights in a bit. Cool, alright. What controls it is then? Right, so now we've got that, we need to set up these controllers. So when the light switches on and off, we get leg rotors to do things. What things did they do though? Am I that far away that everything's out of range? Really? Let's just slap a temporary... Ooh. On the right controls, there we go. Let's just slap a temporary antenna on you while I figure out... Ooh. Typical. There we go. Sweet. Right, so... Oh, actually I need to check someone else's. What speeds was I using? The leg setups are all pretty much identical. 7s, 7s and 8s for the hinges. Ah, that's simple enough. Right, so walk forward L01. When that light turns on, leg rotor, leg reset. Yeah, so that will be -7, 7. That's the second group, the opposite side. That will be 7 and -7 because it's the opposite side. And then hinges should be -8 to lift them and 8 to drop them, and that should be everything that's in there. Wrong thing. Take them out of there temporarily. Oh yeah, switch off dummy, that's why. Let's turn them back on for a second. There we go, that's them doing what they're supposed to. Wicked. Right, the return action, that is going to be the left hand leg hinge group, getting set to 8 RPM. Then we need to grab the right hinges, so leg hinge front left, mid front right, mid rear left. Hang on, is that right? No, it's not. Front right. Oh yeah, it is actually. Front left, mid front right, mid rear left, rear right. Yep, that's the right ones. So add them into there, and then when they get to 40, it drops the leg back down. There we go, lovely. Right, same for the other side. So, right hand side. Did we set you up with your light? Yes, we did. Leg R0. So this is the opposite side, so this is going to be mostly opposite numbers. So we started with -7 on the other side, so that'll be, oop, the wrong thing. 7, set velocity -7. And we swap around again for that, so that's -7. That's 7, and then -8 and 8. Now these settings are all just for this particular leg setup. You're building your own one. You need to do a bit of trial and error to find out the right timings and right angles and things that you'll need. And then we'll do the return controller, which will be the same thing. Let's do the blocks first. Get rid of them. Leg hinge. Front right, mid, front left. Front right, mid, front left. Mid, rear right, rear left. Yeah, that's the one. Add those in. Leg. Ooh, leg. Hinge. R01. Set velocity 8. So we've got that group. We've got that group. M-Farm Orc Cycle, stick that in there, so... Oh, that'll be switched off, won't it, because the rest of the controls. Turn that back on for a second. There we go, so trigger that timer. Now it does all the legs together. Cool. Oh, I may as well set up the reverse controls quickly as well. So leg L0. This is going to run the opposite way because we're going to go backwards, so that will start with 7. Oop, hang on, there we go. -7. And that will be -7 and 7, and then those will be the same way round, I think. Could be. So -8 to lift it, 8 to put it back down. Yeah. That should be fine. Leg R0. Beginning with that, so yeah, that will be minus. Positive. Yep. +7. -7. -8. And 8. Ooh, 8, not 9. They use the same return controllers, so that should be okay. Start and resets, let's do them. Yeah, because there's a whole bunch of stuff missing from here. Right, what's first then? Cycle. M-Farm. Let's swap that out. You. And you. Walk light, brake light, haven't built that, that's fine. Walk light. You go off and on as a little failsafe, and you go on and off. Walk reset, same thing, except the opposite way around. So you can go off, you can stop and turn off. You can turn off. Walk lights will both flick off and on again. And we've got the resets and the brake light I haven't built yet. That is fine. So, what do I have? Reset, resets, leg hinges. Leg hinges, yeah, that's fine. So, you will be -7 to push all of you out. You will be +7. Nope, that's the wrong thing. You'll be +7. Leg hinges, you will be 8, and you will be 8. Right, we'll build the brake light in a bit. So that is all of them set up. So by triggering that, it should reset the legs. Triggering that, it should set the legs up. Cool, that's the right one. Groovy. Right, then the walk controls. You have an unknown block for some reason, even though you're still attached. What? Okay, whatever. You never got detached. Oh, yes you did. Yes you did. Yes you did. I'm talking out my ass. That can be reverse thruster. That can get removed. And we'll set up the turn stuff later. What's that, Outcast? The advantages of a standardized chassis. Yeah, well I thought I would just, like, get a basic sort of collection of bits and pieces to bash these things together. Rather than build every single one from scratch every time. I've made a few adjustments to some of the legs. Some of them are spread like further apart or set slightly differently, but all the leg setups are the same and all of the walk controls are the same. So it's quite easy to just whiz through and rebuild everything. Right, we need to redo these bits. Right, so, farm stuff. What do I need? Walk, reverse. You need to go off and on as a failsafe. Then we have the forward controls. They turn on and off, so we can actually trigger the walk animation. Then we have walk, start triggering there, walk, reset, triggering there. Oop, too many things. Farm, walk, rotor, turns on and turns off. Oh yeah, suspension, suspension, suspension. Suspension doesn't have a group, which means I probably haven't set it up properly. I do need that. Because if you use suspension blocks, there is sweet spots in the angles they sit at that can actually really help you make the mech move. And there's some positions that can really hinder it. Right hand side, you have not been set up, so everything on the right hand side needs invert steering on. Angles set up alright. So yeah, if you invert the steering and position the wheels in the right way on this kind of leg setup, it helps. The back wheels allow it to roll a little bit and the front wheels get a bit more grip on the terrain. And then for reversing, we just do them the opposite direction. And I've noticed it really helps with a bit more grip and getting a bit more speed out of the mechs. And a bit more general stability in the walking. So setting that back to 0, walk, forward controller, suspension, steer, override, 100%, steer, override, 0%. Walk lights, you are gonna turn green when we're walking forward, and cyan when we're in neutral, when we're not walking. Do the same with the right hand one, set colour to green, or chartreuse, fancy green. Something's working there. Oh. What's not working there? What's not taking over? Oh, I think I know. Hang on. Walk cycle, have you... Yeah, you've got all the right things set up. That's getting in position. What's not activating? Is it you? What are you doing? When I hit that control, you are turning on. Oh, every single time. I always forget. When you paste it in as a subgrid, it doesn't paste the rotor head, and without the rotor head, there's nothing to rotate, which means there's nothing for the event controller to look at. You need to have the rotor head for it to tick over. There we go. There we go. Right, walk cycle is set up. That's forward. And that is reverse mostly, but there's a few bits missing, and I need to reprogram some of it. So walk, reverse, we've got you, select actions, we need to redo all of this stuff. Balm, walk, what is it first? Forward, control, off, and on as a little failsafe. Then reverse controllers that actually do the animation can turn on and off. And then again, what's that? Dread Sherlock Holmes mechanic strikes again. Well, I've been slowly refining the system that I use for building all these mechs over the years, and I've got a pretty good sort of uniform way of doing it, whether I'm building 2 legs or 20 legs. It all kind of functions the same now, so I can do a lot of the troubleshooting in my head because I've been messing around with this setup for so long. What's the Outcast? You did the same thing with your Golem series of rovers. Yeah, sometimes if you're making like a group of things, I find it's good to like make one kind of initial base design and then kind of chop and change bits of that to do other things, and help you like keep a bit of that visual style across your designs. Because if you build it from scratch every time, you can completely forget what you did on the other build and end up with something else entirely. So that is... oh yeah, so let's get rid of that. We need to do... start, reset, yep, and then cycle rotor on and off. Walk lights, you go orange when we go in reverse, and again cyan in neutral. Do the same for the other one. And then cyan again for neutral. And then the last one is the suspension. So that can go to -100 when we're going backwards. And back to 0 again when we're going, when we reset. So there we go. That is our reverse cycle. And that is our forward cycle. So, M, ref, walk, any of these groups I should now be able to safely delete. So I've replaced them all with the M farm groups. What else have we got on there that's MREF? It's all docking and... oh, turn controllers. Right, let's set that up. We ain't moving around properly unless we can turn. So turn left. Oh yeah. So I replaced one of them, didn't I? Let's add that into there. Turn rotors, I made a new one. Let's add that into there. That doesn't matter, that's going to get deleted. Yeah, cool. Right, so turn left. We need to set you up. So you need the left-hand thruster to turn that. You need the right-hand thruster. That's the one to turn that side. Get rid of that. Farm. Turn. There we go. So when we turn left, we want to turn the right controller off as a little fail-safe. And then we set velocity to -5. That's not actually too bad. Yeah, cool. So set those rotors to -5. And because of the shear inertia tensor on the gyros on them, it will shift the entire weight of the mech. Oh yeah, we need to do the pilot seat rotor as well, don't we? Let's have a look at what I was doing with the others for that. Turn controls. That's the gas drone, you idiot. Factory. There we go. Turn controls. What did I do with that rotor? 15 counterclockwise. 0 counterclockwise. And that'll be 3, 4, 5, won't it? Yeah, cool. Right, simple enough. Oh yeah, we named it already, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Cool, just needs a group. Pilot seat rotor. Do that. We might as well set that up while we're here, because that is looking at the control seat. Oh, what did it do with the pilot seat on the other ones? Pilot seat controller. 0 clockwise, 180 counterclockwise. That's easy enough. Pilot seat controller. Pilot seat rotor. Rotate to angle 0, 5. Clockwise. I think it was. Yeah. Rotate to angle 180. 5. Counterclockwise. So if I jump out of that seat, there we go. Turns around to face the door, so you can come up through the ladder, into here, jump into the control seat, and it just spins you around into the correct position. Groovy. Right, back to the turn controls. So, turn left after we've done that. Pilot seat, rotate to angle 15, 5, clockwise. I think it's clockwise. Rotate to angle 0, 5, counterclockwise. Oop, damn it. 15, 5, clockwise. That. 0, 5, counterclockwise. Yeah, let's just have a quick check on you. Yeah, 15 clockwise, 0 counterclockwise, which means that one is 3, 4, 5 counterclockwise and 0 clockwise. Cool. It all gets very confusing after a while. Right, turn rotor, right hand side. Turn rotor left was -5, wasn't it? Oh, it's got all the things in anyway. Barm, turn. So, left hand off and on. Turn rotors. Oop. Weird load spikes again. Set velocity 5. Set velocity 0. Pilot seat. Rotate to angle 3, 4, 5 at 5 RPM. No, not clockwise. Rotate to angle 3, 4, 5. 5. Counterclockwise, that's the one. Otherwise you can end up spinning in all sorts of random directions. 5. Clockwise. Right, so now when I turn the mech, my pilot seat turns with it. I'll get in there. There we go. So I can trigger the warp cycle. I can turn the mech. Oop. That's done some weirdness. Event controllers aren't perfect. Occasionally they do strange things. Spun around in a complete circle for some reason. Sometimes it happens when you use those rotate to angle controls a little bit too quickly. Yeah, we can rotate like that with turn in. We've got our warp controls, although we can't actually see our legs moving from here. My character is hungry. And then that rotates back to there. That's off. Oh yeah, I didn't check if the lights are working. They should be working. I hit forward on there. They flash green. And I hit reverse. They turn orange and they go cyan when we go into neutral. Lovely. Right, warp controls are set up. Oh, one last thing. The brakes. I need to set them up before I do any testing. Because otherwise, with all that weight, he will build up a lot of momentum and then he will just roll. Ah, Loot Goblin Origins is now following. Thank you very much, Loot Goblin. Thank you for joining the party. Right, so what do I need to do next? Oh yeah, brakes. So there are a bunch of remote controls on the legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I have not set any of them up properly. It might get the spider legs to actually move. Of course I am. This is like the 5th mech I've built in this series so far. All of these guys move. We'll jump in you, the big guy. They all move. They all walk. They all turn. Some of them have arms. Some of them don't. They've all got a pilot seat that flips into position. But yeah, if I hit forward on my keyboard, he will walk forward. I can turn them left and right with my left and right keys. My Xbox pad plugged in. Yeah. Am I going to recognise my Xbox controller? Steam is not recognising my Xbox pad right now. Alright, fine Steam, be a dick like that. You're really not going to recognise my Xbox pad? Ah, whatever. Right, well, Steam's being a knob, but yeah, the controls are fully vanilla. So if my Xbox pad was deciding to work, it would be completely compatible with console setups. Yeah, and they can all move, they can all walk around. These guys have all got different purposes. This guy is a mobile power plant, hence the big solar arrays tracking the sun. The fella in red over there is a mobile factory with a grinding pit in him. The guy in the sort of dirty orange colour next to me, he is a refinery mech. And the guy in blue is our O2H2 production plant. Don't think I've got any signals to add to that yet, but I will do very soon. Where are we? Yeah, they all walk, they all move around. Like I said, some of them have got arms that do things. He's got drill arms on the front of him. In fact, let's jump into him and show them off a bit for any new people that join the stream or join the channel. I'll head down here and over to these controls. Got control seat on the right hand arm, control seat for the left hand arm. I'll jump into there. I can then turn that arm on and where am I? I'm here. So you'll notice there is a little cluster of thrusters on here that I need to try and greeble a little bit so they look a bit cleaner, but I don't really know what I can do with them, to be honest. Yeah, there is a little cluster of thrusters attached to the same seat that I'm sitting on, which allows me to operate the pistons on that arm using some event controllers that are looking at those thrusters. Then I've got a couple of torque controllers for the arm, and there's a drill on the end of that. I can also turn off the camera on the arm if I want to, so I can operate it from here. Although I'm not going to tear up the ground around here. I want to keep that nice. Then that can be turned off and retracted. All that kind of stuff. And the other arm works exactly the same. How deep can the arm go? The arm can pretty much reach straight down. Each piston extends 10 meters, so it can only get about 20 meters into the ground. It's admittedly not that far, and it's mounted fairly high up, but it's not meant to be super practical. It's more meant to be proof of concept, this thing. I would like it if the pistons would extend further. I am still toying with the idea of putting a deep mining drone on this mech, so it can have the arms for doing like surface deposits and the rocks and things that you find lying around, and then maybe have a mining drone that lives here that can do deep underground stuff, because I do have a deep ore mining drone set up, but for another build, and I might be able to adapt him onto this, possibly. Yeah, they've all got the purposes. This guy here, he's got great big grinding pit inside him. So if I jump into this control seat, sitting in there, we've got a lovely view out here of things. I can turn on the arm just to the left of me, which deploys out like so. Just tinkering around with some other stuff. It can also retract nicely. Gets a little bit wobbly sometimes, but yeah, we can deploy that out. That opens up, everything turns on. I'll hop out the seat quickly. Put down something for him to grab. What could we do? What could we do? Yeah, we'll just do a Lab O2H2 generator, I think. Should be nice and simple. We'll stick that about there. That should be alright. Still working on some of his limits and the dexterity in that arm, but yeah, we can jump into that control seat. And if I take control of that arm, I've got a similar setup to the mining arms on the other mech. So there's a whole bunch of thrusters kind of rammed in a bit higgledy-piggledy, but I couldn't find a better way to squeeze them into such a small space. But they are all attached to that same control seat. And then they operate the pistons and this rotor here. So if I hit the forward key and the back key, it does that first piston. If I hit the space bar and the crouch key, or the C key, it does the second rotor, the second piston. I can do them both together in different combinations. And my left and right controls do the rotation of that arm, so that I can get it into a nice position. So I can angle it round like so. I can hit the forward buttons. I'll move the camera so it's a bit easier to see. There we go. There we go, so you can reach out with it. Is that as far down as it can go? There we go, that's a bit better. Sometimes you have to swap between the two arm controllers to get it in just the right place. And then that has got a welder attached to that. Now the welder might look a bit strange, but if you set up an event controller with a block tool, you can use the block tool as a manual trigger for all sorts of stuff, just by having that event controller look at the welder itself with the block switched on off action, because block tools physically turn on and off when you use the mouse or the input controls. Unlike weapons that trigger the fire signal, block tools have a signal that turns the block on and off. So you can get the event controller to basically register that block, and because it is manually controlled by the player, you can essentially use it to set up a manual switch for things that you can use with your left click. But I don't think there's anything I can set up to the right click other than targeting. But yeah, then that can close that in, and when it gets a lock on both of those claws, it then activates this sequence here, where it then dumps the thing into the grinder pit, releases it, and then moves the arm back into position, and the thing gets ground down, and away it goes. Yep, and there we go. The arm is now ready to grab more things. And it's set up so it can't grab itself, because that was an issue initially. But yeah, I can then pack that away, pack that away. Yeah, that's the factory Mac. You know what? Let me just turn those grinders off, to be honest. Grinder pit off. Doors close. Oop, get out of there before they close on us. Yeah, and that's just got a little grinder pit tucked in the top of that. And then for power, they've all got a bunch of drones that fly back and forth. You're open. They're both on decent power. Is anyone going to take off anytime soon? Ooh, you're running low. What are you on? You'll be a while. Why is everything off and red over here? What has happened over here? Interesting. Oh, you've both released no. Oh, I know what's happened. They have both detached at some stage. And because there is no backup reserve battery on this mech, it has depowered and hence can't send any signals. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you've got a brand new full battery, and you've got a basically brand new full battery. Gas drone loose as well. You're not quite low enough, are you? Yes, P drone number 5, battery drone number 5. You are there. Right, let's try your docking sequence again. Let's get you to dock all over again. Docking unit. Gas. Play. I should reset you. Hopefully. You're number 6. Are you actually going to come in and land? Got power to receive the signal this time. Yeah, there we go. Right, sound. Battery drone. Dock AI. Dock gas. Play. Run that again. Have you detached as well? You have detached. I'm just going to reattach you like that. There we go. Yeah, so I think I do need to put at least one battery on each of these mechs. Yeah, so he's now back to full power again. Which means he's now processing gas again, which means he can send a signal to get more ore. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I definitely need to build a reserve. Depleted in 8 minutes. Oof, that is taking up a lot of power, isn't it? How much are you? 5 megawatts. Yeah, you are pulling a lot of power. Ah, because I added 2 more O2H2 generators. Oh, hey, Arkville. Sorry, I didn't see your message there. Oh, sorry, Luke Goblin, didn't see your messages either. Question, is there a way to reset spectator view back to behind your character and messed its location up? Yeah, right, so spectator controls. They're not too obviously labelled in the setting, so F6 returns you back to this view. F7 sticks you into this kind of weird locked view, but it also does return you back to your character. F8 is free roam. Say I ended up all the way out here in space and I want to get back to my character dead easy. I can either press F6 to go back to first person, or if I hit that F7 button, bam, I'm back into that view. I'm right back by my character again. Obviously I need to slow spectator camera down again. Yeah, F7 is probably the best way of getting your spectator cam back to your character again. And then F9 is using spectator but having control of your character, so you can run around and do stuff like that. And if you want to lock your spectator cam onto something, control and the star key on your number pad at the side of your keyboard will then lock the spectator cam into whatever angle you set it at. If I press F8 again, move over here, press F9 to take control. And if you want the camera to rotate with that character, press control and slash whilst aimed at that character. Again on the number pad, and then the camera turns with your character. Because I have to do this for some of my mech builds because they are so damn big that I can't actually see them properly in the third-person camera mode. These ones aren't too bad from the control suits, but some of the mechs I've built are just too big that you can't actually see anything, so I have to use spectator camera for third-person view instead. What's that? Free view is back to normal by pressing which one? Again, F6 brings you into first person mode, so you're playing the game properly again. F7 locks you onto your character like that. F8 is for your standard spectator view mode. But yeah, if you want to come back to your character really easily, but still in spectator mode, F7. F7 is the one. Oh, there goes a cargo drone. Oh yeah, to answer your other question, Luke Goblin, yes, you can have actual drones. It was... Oop, that was the wrong button. It was, I can't remember how many updates ago it was, but the Automatons update introduced these lovely blocks, the AI blocks. That you can use for a variety of different grid AI commands to get your ships and rovers and all manner of other things to do stuff. Yeah, I'm going to head back over here because I'm only going to be doing this stream for maybe another half hour or so. Right, so we've set up his walk controls, we've set up his turn controls. Oh yeah, I want to quickly... I want to try and greeble the back end of this a bit to make it not look so meh. I want to keep that door, so we're going to need at least a block probably to walk out onto. You know what, I might actually just shape that a little bit. And this back end here, we'll just do something kind of similar to the front. Let's bring that up. What should we do? We'll do something slightly different. Let's see what shapes we can play with. Oh, that's in the wrong place. Oh, and that is the wrong button. That can go there, that can go there, that can go there. What did I do at this front end? I went 1, 2 past it and then started doing those shapes. 1, 2. Do something like that, perhaps. Bring that across there. That. Can do that. We've got weird shapes. I could stick in there. Maybe take that out and swap it for that, perhaps. Right there, yeah, that's a nice edge there. I quite like that. That'll do. Oh no, it's going to be weird when it gets to those. Almost. Certainly, yeah. You know what, we will swap that. Or the inverted triangle, maybe. Oh, actually, maybe swap that for the another one of the weird blocks. Where is it? Not that one. That one. And that joins up. Some nice triangles there. That's a nice clean edge. I can live with that. I'm quite happy with that. Let's fill that in. Fill that in. What else have we got here? That's. Oh. That can come out. That could go in. That could go in there. That can go in there. Yeah, there we go. And then we just have 2 triangle rows over there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That'll do for now. Then I might put some catwalks and railings and things around the edge of you. Oh yeah, and I wanted to do something with that space, which I will figure out later. And I also need to greeble the top of those leg mountings. But that looks pretty good for now, so... Oh, yeah, I need to put a battery on it. Let's just slap a couple of batteries in there for now. Because we've got all of this internal space that I need to figure out what I'm actually doing with. So let's just make some bright yellow batteries so they're really obvious they need to get moved later. Right, you've got power, you've got your basic controls. Do another little save. Let's chop you off. There we go. Oh yeah. That does need covering back up. Just do that for the moment. Oh yeah, alright, let's get rid of you. Let's do something different. What blocks have I got here? That might pull. Oh, that doesn't look very tight, does it? You know what? Bin that. I've got an idea. Instead, let's take that. Cover that up with that. Have that in the back. That at the side. That at the side. That's in there. Of course I've not got them on the toolbar. Oh yeah, they... probably were in that group at one point, but they are no longer. I think I will go with value. There we go, one of them. And an antenna on top of that. Cool. Yeah, so we've now got the interior, we've got the farm section back here. We need to go through all of that and make sure it all still works properly. We'll almost certainly need things being reconfigured. Ah, that damn sound effect is broken again. Climb up here. Jump into that control seat. That will whip us round into that position. Yep, there we go. There we go, we can turn the mech. And we can walk forward. Oh, crap. I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to set up the brake light, didn't I? Or I'll cut it down. Knew I'd forgotten something. Where is one of my others? Where's that brake light? Brake light is on the back, isn't it? Yeah, brake light is on the back. Copy all of that. Cruise control is on the front. Okay. Right, so build a light. There. Make sure it's the same colour. Copy, paste, brake lights. And farm. Right, brake light control and farm brake lights. Let's make a group for you. Let's turn you off. Oh yeah, I didn't do any of the suspension blocks, did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's all of them. Let's quickly rename these. So, Mobile Farm 01. Oh, Chappie just subscribed. Thank you very much, Chappie. Mobile Farm 01 brake control. So you can, if you want to use brakes on wheels on subgrids, you can kind of use those, use the brake controls. I basically stick in a remote control block on the same grid as those suspensions, and then you can use an event controller to trigger the parking brake signal on the remote control blocks. So I'm just going to rename them quickly. So they've got this handbrake control. We can use that through the event controller and the block actions to turn that on and off on all of these. So if I take that, grab all of that, make a group for it, go back to the brake controller, brake light, so we can use that light to switch on and off as the brake controls. So when that light turns on, I didn't make a group. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Oh, good. Oh, what have I added? Nothing. That's good. Yeah, so when the light turns on, we can use this handbrake on-off signal. I keep meaning to make a feedback ticket to try and see if Keen will give us handbrake on and handbrake off separate controls for the parking brake and parking on, because it'd be so much better if there were separate controls for doing this. But we can stick one of them there and one of them there. The brake light is off. Good. And then we can also throw in a colour change for brake lights. So when the brake is on, most brake colours around most of the world, as far as I know, are bright red. And when it's off, I just set it to orange. It's going to get switched off anyway, but I like to have a colour change in there. So that is currently off. That is on. If I turn that light on, it is now turned on the brakes on the suspension blocks. And if I turn that light off again, it has turned the brakes off again. And I could also use that manually if I wanted to. So with that switched off, when this mech gets a walk-in and builds up a bit of momentum, ooh, he's quite heavy, isn't he? Yeah, there we go. We've got up to like 8 meters, nearly 10 meters. When I stop, he will roll quite a bit. However, if I put that brake light on, he actually picks up speed a lot quicker. Maybe I should leave the brake lights on. But yeah, he will then stop very suddenly. So what I like to do is I like to tie those brake controls into the water controls, essentially. And that was the thing in... Was it start and reset? Yep, that was the one. That was the last control we needed to put into there. So when we stop walking, I want the brake light to turn off. When we start walking, I want it to turn off, and when we stop walking, I want it to turn back on. That should turn on. That means we can pivot around a bit and move about, and the wheels can roll and slide a little bit. For the size of this guy, it might be worth just leaving the brakes on all the time. But then that can cause friction issues going up hills, actually. Yeah, and then when we stop walking, it turns the brake back on again. Yep, there we go. And having those brakes on does kind of stop the mech from spinning in place, but you can just tap the walk controls to then take them off and move about. That is one of the reasons I don't have the brake controls on all the time, actually. Yeah, that is him walking about now. I am happy with that. So yeah, next step, which I'll save for the next stream because I'm going to knock off in about 5-10 minutes. The next step is going to be setting up the home and setting up a couple more power drones for this guy. Now, on all the others, the power drone is living at the back. Does any of this work? No, none of this works, because it's all copied and pasted from another grid. It worked in a different way, so I need to rebuild that airlock system. If I'm even going to stick with it, I might just turn it into a regular door. But yeah, all the others have got battery drones. Provide them with most of their power hanging off the back of them, so I need to make a couple of little docking ports. So I'll probably end up having another little set of rotors dangling off the back of him. Kind of like that. And we'll end up locking them in somehow. How am I doing it over here? Right, now I see. Take that out of there. And we'd have some kind of basic setup like that, and then I'd need a better way of hiding the bottom of that rotor, so I might end up doing something like that, but yeah, that can all get adjusted in various ways. Oh yeah, that would then want to be that and that, so there's a little bit more room for when it lands. Yeah, so yeah, I need to set another couple of them. I should have, yeah, I've got a default battery drone over here, so I'll just have to set him up for next time. And then we'll need to set up his docking ports, which will be these two. Yeah, those are the next two in the list, so that'll be farm robots, and then we can have potentially another 2 mechs in this little pack. One of them is definitely going to be some kind of combat mech that has some proper weapons attached to him. And I'm not sure what I might do with the other one. So we definitely have 2 more mechs in this group without having to redo the deck of the other ship. Why did I fall down through that? Really? Why am I falling down that? That's not a problem on the other one. Is it? Or have I set you up differently? Why is it falling off that other one? No, that's fine. Why is I falling down on that other one? Oh, there goes cargo drone again. To deliver more ice. Where were we? We were on you. Yeah, it keeps pushing me and falling down there. It's set up in the same way though. And literally the exact same way. Sure it is. I think it's the lip on that's getting in the way slightly. I might have to tinker around with some other ideas. You'll be fine though. Oh yeah, quickly, a few more things. Let's put a bit more colour into you. So, I'm using this rust armour to do a little bit of detail work on these guys. You're doing a lot of farming, so let's do your little secondary colour as green. Do that on the back of them in a bit. Yeah, not too bad. Let's put row of green at that level. Yeah, that looks alright. What have I done with all of these legs? I've got a mix of both. I can do whatever, really. Might just do that for the moment to get a little bit more colour in there. Ooh, too many blocks. Yeah, I might extend the front of that out a bit, round that off a little bit more perhaps. But yeah, that's me up to 4 hours now. It's 10 o'clock at night where I am, so I am gonna knock off for the evening. And yeah, I will be back again at some point in the near future. Right, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy with him. Give him one more little walk test before I disappear. And we can jump into there. We've got this lovely view. He is quite heavy. What are those suspension blocks doing actually? They are set to friction 130. Up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Ooh, I think I might have to do some tweaking to some of his leg settings actually. Some of them seem to be a little bit underpowered. I think that might be part of the problem. But I will do that off stream. Because I am gonna go chill out for a bit now. Yeah, that is the farm mech on his way. We've got the basic stuff, well, his basic controls set up for now. Got to do all the farm control stuff, and I'm debating whether or not to give him some robot arms as well. I'm deciding what they might do. But yeah, I will be back again on Wednesday evening at the same time. I'll be restarting, well, I'll be carrying back on with my Space Engineers 2 survival playthrough, because I've not done that in a few weeks because there's been all sorts of stuff going on. But yeah, I'm going to start doing that again on Wednesday. I should have my Apex Mechs build set up again with the new economy pack stuff by next Sunday. So next Sunday we will probably go back to Apex Mech Survival. And then this building series I will drop in between that as and when I can. Unless people would rather me carry on with this series, let me know in my Discord forum. I'm always open to suggestions from subscribers and people. But yeah, I am going to knock off for the evening. So thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you to the new people that have subscribed or followed me on either YouTube or Twitch, it's much appreciated. And I will be, like I said, back at various points throughout the week for more mech related nonsense with various other things. So yeah, I will see all you guys next time, and if you can, give the stream a like if you're on YouTube. It helps with all the algorithm nonsense. So yeah, cheers guys, I will see you all next time. Goodbye for now.